buys a item in a puts an item in a cart. So that is a log. So you can write a log that user X added this item Y in the cart number this, and that is the log of your application. You can logs is more of a user based. So user can write log according to their wish. So as you have added this metrics and logs in the Azure Monitor, you can do other things. So what you can gain from them is insight. So you can gain the insight about an application, about your container, how many pods are running in your Kubernetes container, and what is their status. And you can also get their information from the PM and monitoring solution. And as you get all those data, you can visualize those data to make those things simpler, right? So the application, the some kind of the visualization might be the application is at higher performance during the peak hour, which is 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. That is a visualization. You can visualize your data, and the higher management team can just look at the data. Yeah. So the data after you have get visualized, you can analyze the data in metric explorer, which I will show you later, and respond. So you have all those data, and what is the use of the data? You have to respond to something, right? So if your application has 10 errors in a minute, then you have to send an email to somebody. That is alert. So though thing you can set up a alert in Azure Monitor as well, and integrate. So as Pradeep Dai has mentioned, Azure have a lot of services, right? So there is a application services, there is a lot of SaaS services, there is a PaaS services and integration. So with the help of Azure Monitor, you can integrate those services in Azure Metrics like event hub. So if there are error, call the event hub, and those event is triggered, and all the other uh, resources that are subscribed to the event hub can get that error and respond according to it. So let's go to the next slide. So I don't have a lot of slides. This will be the last slide. So why metrics? So as I mentioned, to be ahead of customers. So the main thing that I always tell is, why do you want to add logs? Why do you need the metrics? It is about the customer, right? So you want to be ahead of customers. So the customer go to an e-commerce site, they try to buy item, there will be some error, they will refresh the page. They don't really care as long as it works after refreshing a couple of times. So, but if your application doesn't know that there was an error at some point in time, you don't really change the code, you don't really try to fix the problem. But if you have a matrix and you have a logs about those things, you can see those error. Oh, there was an error in the past, and you can see where the error was, and you can change the code according to that, and then you will be ahead of customer. The new customer or the customer who comes after that will not get the same error. And to scale, so to scale something, you need to have a condition, right? So if you want to scale our application to have 3 virtual machines rather than 1, so when do you scale? Maybe you want to scale after your CPU of virtual machine is more than 90%. If there is more than 90% CPU is being used, you have to scale to another virtual machine. So to scale, you need to have a matrix. Yeah. To identify problems, as I mentioned in the first point, if you do not have metrics and if you do not have logs, you cannot identify the problems in production. Maybe you can find the thing in the development, and as all the developers should know and must know that as you are the one developing the system, you don't really know how the system works, and you don't really test the system as the customer does. So to identify the problem in production is I think the new thing to do. So I'm not really good with the presentation, so I think I will move to the demo part. So let's go to Azure first.
But it is going good, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I will be creating a SP.NET 3.1 core application, and what I will do, I will just summarize what I will be doing in this demo. I will deploy that to Azure, and I will show you the log. I will write some logging in application. I will show you the logs. I will show you the how to create a simple alert that will send an email to me when there are more than 10 errors. So let's start. First, let's create a web application. This is Azure, portal.azure.com. If you go there and if you click the create new resources, and there will be list of all the resources that are available in Azure. So what I need is web app. I'm creating a web application. Let's click there. This takes time sometimes. So I have a student subscription. So the people who are new to the Azure, so subscription is the thing, is the model from which you buy subscription, is the like payment model. So Azure for student have $100 credit for me, so I can use that. And resource group is a folder. Like if you are making doing assignment for a college, you create a different folder for assignment 1, assignment 2. So kind of like that. So you want to make an application, so application database, application, their event ops, all those things will be stored in the folder. So resource group is just a folder. I will create a folder GABC1. Wait, I have to create new GABC1. Okay, so I've created a new resource group. Name of a web application, so it will be the URL of your application. So I want to abc11. Yes, it is available. So the URL will be gabc11.azurewebsite.net. I want to publish it by code, not a Docker container, so it will be code. As I have already told you, I will be using .NET Core 3.1, so I will check the runtime stack. And the reason, so it is the reason where I will be hosting. I'm in Australia, so it will be faster for me to run in Australia Central. And the payment plan. So all the resources you create must have a payment, right? So you have to pay some amount. So you have to choose the app service plan for them. So I already have one created, that is ASP JABC something, and I'm using the payment model of basic B1, which have 1.75 GB memory. So let's create this. Yeah, it will take some time. So in that time, I'll open up Visual Studio and create the application for the presentation. So when you open the Visual Studio 2019, you can create a new project. I will choose ASP.NET Core Web Application. This is the one. Next, I will GABC test 001. Create. And what I want is API application. I don't like the web pages, so let's create the API one. It will take a while, but it will create it. So I have created a ASP.NET Core application. So if I run it, it should run. If I run it, it will show the sample application. It doesn't really have anything here as of it. It will just show the temperature information that, I don't know, it gets from somewhere. So this is the application, but I don't want to use this controller. I want to add my own controller. So I will add another controller. This will be the controller, and I have already written code in another application. I'll just copy that code. So I will tell you what this code does. So this is my code for the controller. So this is the code for the controller. So this controller has 3 URLs that I can hit for now. So the first URL is this HTTP get OK. So whenever I call this action, it will respond. It will write a log that this is a success request, and it will send a response of OK. OK is status code 200. That every web page you page from the internet, and that is a success, is a 200 response URL. 200 status code URL. So it will return a OK. This is a good request. So sometimes you write a code and the response, something in the data is not right. So at that time, you respond with bad request. Bad request is status code 200, and I will write a warning error that is this is a bad request, and this is it. And the third and the final will be server error. So internal server error. So sometimes you try to go to a URL and it shows error 500 or something doesn't come out. So it is not handled by our system. That is internal server error. So I return a function called critical, and whenever I hit that function, there will be exception, server error, and I will catch that exception, write that exception in a log error log, and I will send a status code 500, which is just internal server error, and I will just return that error. And if I run it now, I will show you. So this is the weather forecast. I don't want weather forecast. I create the home controller / okay. If I write okay, it will respond this is good. If I write bad, the response is bad, and if I write server, it will show the response is server error, right? So now I think the application is already created. No, sorry, it didn't create it. Wait. Now it is creating. So it will take a while again. At that time, I will show you the what actual Azure monitor is. So if you go to all the services, so let's go back here. If you click on more services in the homepage of the Azure, there is a thing called monitor. If you click here, this is what I was talking about in the image before. There is a monitor, there will be alert, there will be activity logs, and there will be analytics, application insight, and metrics. So I will show you, come back to this page later. For now, let's go to the application that I just created. So the application that I just created will be, I can go to my resource group. No, sorry. All the resources that I created. I created was, what's another thing? I created GABC something, right? This one, not this one. Wait, I cannot find that. Wait a minute. Wait, research. This is the one. Yeah, this is the one I just created. GABC 11. If I browse this. There should not be some, and there is nothing. This is just the base page that application will show you after you deploy it from the Azure. So now let's deploy the app that I created in Visual Studio. To deploy an app from Visual Studio, it's really easy. You just go to application, right click it here, and click publish. And I have to select the existing application. So to get to this page, you have to first log in from here, the top. You can go to account setting. If you are not logged in, you have to log in from here. So as I have already logged in, I can publish from here. Go to publish, and I have to do the start. What I want to do is I have already created application. So this is app service. This is I have already created an existing application. Create profile. So it will fetch my subscription. My subscription is Azure for Student, as I've already shown you. It will show me which one I have to use. I created a GABC one. So I created this application. I click here and I create OK. And I just publish it. Yeah, I want it to be here. And the first deployment takes a bit of time, so maybe a minute or so. At that time, I will show you the monitor one. Yeah, it's already deployed, but still, so it is already deployed. So I have to get back to monitor again. So this is the application I created. So the URL changed from localhost to this one, jabc11.azurewebsite.net. So our controller was home. That's okay. Yeah, it is working, right? So now I can go to this place, and if you go to the application that you created, now there is a thing called application insight. So to get an insight of your application, you have to add application insight is a part of Azure Metrics. So if you are creating Azure app services, you have to use application insight to get logs and all the metrics from here. Go to application insights. Now the application insight is already created for you. So whenever you create a application, the application insight will be already created for you. So the app is connected to application insight resources, right? So application insight is enabled, and now you need to change. So this is the .NET Core application, right? So you need to click on .NET Core. Collection level, it will be collection was disabled before. Now you have to recommend it. If you want to use profiler, I want to use everything. And this one also, the SQL command, snapshot debugging, and profiler, I won't be using any of those, but it's good to add them. So before that, I will show you something else. So if you go to configuration, the configuration is the place that all your what do I call it, environment variable will be stored. So the application inside instrumentation key, our application inside works is you need the instrumentation key that is created for the application inside to send the logs. So after you have created application, there is a app inside on instrumentation key environment variable, which will store the instrumentation key here. So you can use this instrumentation key to send logs from the development as well. So for now, let's go here. .NET Core, I want to collection level on. And after I do this, if I go back to configuration, it will just add all the other environment variables for the profile. This is for profiler, this is for snapshot. If you know what you are doing, you can actually add them by yourself without going to application insight. So as Pradeep told, everything is a type of service or resources in Azure. So if you go to all the resources, the JABC 11 application insight is also a part of another resource. If you go here, now you can go to JABC 11 application insight resources, and all the things that I am going to show you will be in the left side menu bar of the application side. So what I will be showing you will be application map. Not a lot of it, just what application map and what it does. I will show you live metrics. I will show you failure, and I will show you performances. So if I go to these places and refresh it a couple of times, so what I have done is ask the call the URL of the application. So what it should be showing me is what I should know is somebody went to JABC 11 Azure website.net and call the home/OK URL. So there is no way to know that. So it should be showing here. It is not showing now because I haven't added the necessary NuGet packages to connect the ASP.NET Core application to Azure. So what I need to do is I have like 3 NuGet packages. These are the NuGet packages that I'll add to my application to show you the necessary output. So I will send you the URL as well. So how to add the application inside to your ASP.NET Core application is here. No, this one is it. So you can actually use application inside not only with ASP.NET, you can use it with Node, Python, PHP. You just have to search on Google, and Microsoft have created the packages to use those. So I will just type on the chat. This is the URL to add the application inside to ASP.NET Core, and I will show you the with this URL you can look for Python, and in the left side menu there you can find how to use application inside in other type of application as well. So what I was going to do was it, and I have to add NuGet packages. I right click on the project and manage NuGet packages. Browse. No, sorry. Microsoft application inside.asp.NET Core is the first base package. This is the base package. Without this, application inside won't work. I will insert the latest version. And after that, I will Microsoft application inside the performance count. This NuGet package is for live telemetry. So what I will show you what live telemetry is in a while after I install this. After this, I need logging. So I was going mistake. Microsoft application inside log extension. This one is already installed. That's good. So I have installed all the packages. So After I install a package, I have to add the tell my application to use those packages. That's your services. Add application inside telemetry. This will add all the telemetry, the CPU performance, all those stuff. Application inside telemetry will be go here, and for logging I have to go here and I'll copy the code from here. For logging I have to go here and add this code. I will tell you what this code does in a while. If you are using .NET Code 2.0 or greater, you have to add this code. Same code will be added in the configure method of the startup class rather than program. So what I have done here is I have the configure logging. For logging, I am using application insight, and this filter, what this filter does is the base level log level of the log that application insight shows is the warning. So I wanted to show you the information level log as well. So I will add the base level of information here. Now this is done. I can deploy it now. I can go to publish, and I have already selected the profile previously, so I don't have to select the which resource I have to publish. I can just click publish here. Wait, so there was some error. It is deploying. It is deployed. Yes. So let's go back to Azure. Now, if I go here, the application is working. It is deployed. So now, if I go to application insight and go to performance, it will show the request. So I just made a request to get/home/OK. So the sample will be these were the requests. So it is 444 here. I got a request. No, those are the previous requests. To get the data, you are not getting the data in like instantly in these failures and performance. It takes about a minute, or sometimes it will be instant, but sometimes it takes couple of minutes to get the data here. If I go to get/home/OK, I go to sample, I can see the request and the login not here as of now. But if you for now there only GABC, this is my application resource, and if you have a database, it will show you the below. So if you are fetching our data from our database and you call the URL, it will show the application request here, it will show the database resource here, and it will show what query was used in the database as well. For today we are not using that. Now let's go to live metrics. So sometimes you want to take the data as you are running the application. So what is the log you are getting at that time? So this is the live telemetry, and below is the resources. This is the instance of the application that I am running. So this is there. If you have multiple application using the same application inside, you can use filter from here. For now, let's go, and this is the place. This is the place. This is the place. You will show your application log live. So let's put it in this side. Wait. This side and this should show me. Wait. So this is the telemetry. So if I go to this place and refresh this, wait, it is not working somehow. So yeah, so the information log is somewhat not working, but if I go to any bad request or server error, it will show. So the log is, this is bad request. I have written it in the home controller. Whenever I go to bad, it will show the response is, this is a bad request. This is the log, and the output is bad request. Bad request is bad request, obviously. So the request is bad. So you can show the information around here, and this is the log. So if I go to the server error, it should show the exception as well. To new request is the exception. So how you handle exception is, you have to know where the exception occur, right? So I created exception in my code previously. So if you go to the exception, right, this is the request, this is the exception. If you go to the exception and go to the description at the bottom, so you can see the system exception generate server error, that is generate server error. This is the error message I wrote. And if you go here and slide to the right, you can see GABC test 001 namespace controllers, that home controllers, that critical is the function, and you can actually see the line of code. That code number should be here around here, but you can see that the critical error. So you can go to home controller and go to critical, and this is the error where this is the function where my error occur. So if you have multiple services using each other, you can find the trace from using the application logging here. And now, so I have done this. So as I have already done this, I have already called the error. Oh, wait a minute. So there are 9 errors. It takes, as I've already told you, it takes some time to get the error in the failures and performance. So it previously there were 8 requested. Now 3 requested. Now there are 8 requested. This is the latest request, and if I go to telemetry, it is still not showing the logs. I will see that later. In that time, let's make a alert. As I've already told you, I will show you how to make a alert as well. So alert is kind of easy. So to make an alert, you have to go to monitor, and there is an alert. So what alert does is, if there is some error, you get the response back to you. And to create an alert, you have to go to new alerts, and you have to select a resource. So which resource is the alert attached to? For my first subscription, and resource type all, better location, I get to wait. And which I want to attach to what I wanted to attach to. Wait a minute, it is not showing my application actually. This is one. Condition. Now I have to, I selected the resources. Now I have to use the condition. So what I want to do is, I want to select the web application, and whenever there is more than 10 internal server error, I want to get an email. So I have already select the resources. This is the ABC one I wanted to select. Now I have to add a condition. The condition is internal server, right? HTTP server error. This is the condition. Whenever this condition occurs, what I have to do is, whenever this condition, so the condition is threshold, right? Threshold operator greater than total of 10, and what it will do is frequency, it will check every 1 minute for the number of errors, and it will you have to have the 10 error in the period of 5 minutes, right? So now I have done. Now the condition is set. So action group. So what do I do after the condition is met? So I have to send an email, right? So I have to go to add, and I have already created action, but I can create new action. I should be able to create a new action here. If I go to your create action group name, so em says Sandesh, and Sandesh short name something em Sandesh, and resource group will be I can use the same resource group. And what I have to do, the action is em Sandesh. Select the type of action. What I want to do is email, SMS, push, and voice is in the same action. So I go to here, and I want to do this, and I would select my email. I can also select the SMS as well. I did try that and it worked as well. So if I go to email and I said okay, this is my action. I create okay, and I simply give the name to the alert, em alert. You don't actually have to write the description. You have to give the severity label. I think I will use the default here. And now I have created action rule, right? And there is some error in the Azure or in my resources. I cannot see the alert I have created, but it shows that I have already created an alert. Now if I go to wait a minute. This is my application, right? No, this is not the one. This is the one. And if I go to error and refresh it, refresh is for 10 times, 10 or 11 times, it should send me email. It takes some time, but I'll show you what the email will look like. I created it a while ago, so the email will look like this. I just got email, right? This is the email. No, this is not the email. So this will be the email you will get. Azure Mentor alert, triggered here, something. This will be the substance. I created a substance group JBC before. It will show JBC error. The metric name was this, HTTP 500 error, and you'll get something like this. So when you are in a holiday or some time in a home, and there is an error in an application, you'll get a notification to you. You can add with that notification, you can make a action group in your PSTS, and you can work on that data. Or if you want to work at that time, you can work on that. So if you use the Azure Monitor properly, you will always be ahead of your customers. So I have already shown you this. I can go now. I will go back to Azure. So this session is quite. It should have been quite long, but we have a lack of time. So I will just show you some other stuff. So what I will show you is application map. So what application map does is, so if you are creating a monolithic application, you only have one application. But if you are using microservices or combination of Azure resources to make your application faster or better, so there will be a lot of applications, a lot of resources in your application. So what application map does is it will show you all the resources that your application uses. So if I have application 1 and application 2, and application 1 calls the REST API of application 2, it will show application 1 calls the REST API of application 2. It will be another circle here, and it will show application 2, and it will also show the average response time between those resources. If you have event up, it will also show event up. All the resources will be shown here. If you are using the same application inside, that is. And failures. So what failure does is all the errors you get in your application, it be shown here. And what I like to do is every time your application is deployed to the Azure, I recommend developers to see the application inside before the start of the day, so you can make the log to work on them later. So yeah, /server had 13 errors. You can go to these options, and you can go to here, and you can see the logs as well as exception here. So this is the exception that I got, and it is on the line number 50. It wasn't showing in the live traces, but it is showing the line number 50 here. So all the logs will be shown here. Yeah, and the performance is about response time of your application, all the good requested, and the response time is this 519 microsecond, 59.2 microsecond. This you can use to identify what should be the good response time of your application. Now let's to metric again. So what I showed you before was just what do I call it, logs and application based metrics. So you want to have the metrics about your system as a whole. So if you go to metrics, you can actually see the metrics like here. I have to go to app service plan to go do that. So this is my app service plan. If you go here and you go to metrics, you can see the CPU percentage of application, every CPU percentage of application. It was using at max of 42.73 at some time, and you can see the time as well. So with this, you can see when your application is performing high in which time. If your application has a memory leak, you can identify by seeing the vertical inclination and never decreasing, that is the memory leak. And you can add multiple metrics at the same time. So this is the CPU percentage, and you can actually add the memory here as well. So this should be memory percentage here as well. So with the metrics, you can Azure metrics, you can do a lot of things and integrate, make your application better in a whole way. So I think this is it for this session. I will send you another link. I think I had another link to send actually. Yeah, so you can actually view the overview of application insight from this link. I'll send you this link. And all the things I have told you and all the things I have shown you can be found in Azure documentation. And if you need any help, you can contact me on social media. I think this is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandesh. I think that was a really a good session, but this is not the end. We want to move forward with the next session. But guys, if you have any questions before we before we request our next speaker for the session. If you have any questions, maybe you can just ask that in the chat box. But meanwhile, I would request our next speaker, Sakthis Kumar, to please start sharing your screen when you're ready. And yeah.
Hey, thank you, Pradeep. I hope my video is coming in.
Yeah, it is coming in. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is coming in. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, thank you for having me, guys, to you and the Nepal Cloud professionals and other attendees from Nepal. I'm pretty glad to speak in the Nepal forum. This is the first time I'm speaking in a Nepal forum. So I hope I'm speaking slow enough to make you guys understand. And please raise up if I'm talking fast. I will change my course. Okay, so let me go ahead with.
Yeah, perfect. So while you set up your share your presentation, let me inform all of our participants that Sakthis is a Microsoft MVP from Singapore, and we have been friends for like a long time now. And I would actually like to thank Sakthis for accepting the request to my request to be part of this Global Azure Camp virtual to present in our Nepal session. Yeah, with this, thank you so much. Let's proceed forward, Sakthis.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, so today's, as you already know, today's session is about getting started with Azure Sentinel and go beyond the getting started. So, what we are going to do is we are going to spend some time understanding some basics on why Azure Sentinel comes into play and what are the different basic aspects that you need to know or you need to understand before we go into Sentinel. So then we spend some time speaking about what is Azure Sentinel and its functionalities, followed by a demo of how to get Sentinel configured and what it can do for you. So this is a simple agenda for today. Hope we are not, I'm not boring you guys enough. So we'll move on to next one. So a little bit about me. So my name is Sakthis Kumar. I run a company called Consult Systems in Singapore. And I have about 18 years of experience in system solutioning, infrastructure, architecture, information security. I primarily focus on government, intra-service providers, financial services, logistics are my core area of expertise. Some of you may not even know these novel network engineer. This novel network engineer is like pretty old certifications, one of the earliest certifications. So I'm one of the novel network guys who then transitioned to Microsoft technologies. So that's my Twitter and my LinkedIn, and you can follow me if you want to, have any questions or anything that you want to ask me. You can use these channels to reach out to me. All right. So first one I want to go over is that is my screen clear? Is everyone looking at my screen as able to? Because there was something which said my presentation is viewed privately. So I just want to make sure that you guys are seeing it.
Yeah, you are on your profile slide right now, right?
Sakthis? Yeah, and moved on to Azure Active Directory tenant.
Oh yeah, yeah. So right. It's visible.
Okay, so I think most of you already familiar with Azure, or at least know what is Azure. So So let's go a little bit on what is the Azure, what is the identities and Azure Active Directory, why is it important in terms of what is the relationship between everything. So usually in few years ago, you might have already had Active Directory on-premise. That was your starting point on a journey for Windows or Active Directory identity. So everyone has an AD login and probably Exchange Server on-premise, SharePoint on-premise, and everything. So what happened in the cloud era was there was a transition from Azure Windows Forest into the Azure Active Directory. And DirSync or the AAD Connect now, not the DirSync anymore, AAD Connect. So now the AAD Connect used to populate all your on-premise ID to Azure AD. Why is this important? Because if you look at our Azure architecture, anything to do with Azure, your PaaS services, just now you saw a demo on the PaaS service, and infrastructure as a service, or even SaaS, the Office 365 Dynamics, everything is controlled by the identity. So you need to have your identity in place, your domain name, your email ID or your login, everything comes from the Azure Active Directory. Also, that means that anything happens can be logged at the Azure Active Directory level, which means you run any kind of resources, any kind of applications on top of Azure, your identity will be on the Azure AD. So that is why Azure AD gets significance, like how Windows Active Directory got significance in the past in the on-premise environment. So now going forward, you are going to be in cloud. And if it is in cloud, it's always going to be Azure AD, which is going to be your identity manager, right? So in other words, all the controls are from Azure Active Directory. That one line would emphasize this slide. We'll move to the next one, and you'll understand a little bit more on why is this important. So in Azure, what happens is, if you look at that, there's going to be subscriptions. Most of you will know what is a subscription, and under subscription you create resources and resource groups. Under the resource groups, you have the resources. This is the typical hierarchy of Azure. So in the subscription layer, your payment comes in. You don't do much on the subscription layer. It is typically your cost analysis, and associated what can be done at the subscription level. So each department will have a resource group, or each function will have a resource group, and the permissions will be given here. Why is this important also is because if you look at the permissions given at the resource group is coming from the Azure Active Directory. The identities are coming from the Azure Active Directory. So you create these permissions using your Azure Active Directory identity. And that's why it is important. And if you look at the Sentinel falls under the resources. So this will give you a visual picture of what is the, let me see, I think my presentation went down. Try to put it back. Give me a minute. So Azure Sentinel comes at the resource layer. So this gives you a visual mapping of where is this Azure Sentinel comes into picture. Like it is like another PaaS service, but you can make use of at the resource group level. Okay. Azure, I think most of you already know this one, but I want to emphasize from a different angle. Azure is the biggest public cloud that we already have in the world, and these are the regions that is available. Why you need to understand this region is the logs that are generated by Sorry about that. I don't know what's happening, but the logs that are generated may require, statutory requirements to hold the logs in only one place. When you deploy Sentinel, you must understand that the Sentinel logs can go to US, can go to another user to control of representing. Someone is shutting down the presentation. I think someone is, I get a message that someone took control of my presentation and then it got stopped. So whoever is doing, let's not do that. And let me continue with my.
Yeah, maybe that is by mistake by someone. So yeah, yep.
Yeah.
Guys,
no worries. Let's try not to do it. So we'll.
Yeah, please, guys, let's not take the control. let's give control to Sakthis. Yeah. Sorry about that, Sakthis.
No worries, absolutely. So. We were at the number 5, I think. So one must understand that the log storage considerations are very essential. That you may have a bank who will ask you not to ship your logs to US or to Europe or to EU. There might be some considerations for a healthcare industry. If you deploy Sentinel, you must make sure you understand that your log can go out of your region. So on a case by case, you can actually check it out on where the logs go. Is it compliant with your security requirements and so on? That is one important consideration you need to know in terms of enabling Sentinel. All right. So what is Sentinel? What is Azure Sentinel? Right. It's a cloud native SIEM solution. What we call it as SIEM solution is security information and event management solution, which basically deals with the security alerts, threat analysis, or even incidents that occur on a security level to protect your information. So basically the SIEM, traditional SIEM applications, what it will do is it will collect, detect, and investigate. But you will not be able to respond to anything because SIEM is the Azure Sentinel is natively integrated into Azure platform. So if you have a problem with one of the resources, a firewall is having a security incident, you get to you can basically do some level of response to the incident itself. Or there is a vulnerability, you can fix that one as well from the Azure Sentinel plane, the interface itself. So let's take a little bit deep dive on what is Azure Sentinel in component wise. Okay, so the main components are like 6 components that is available. Some of the major ones that I want to highlight. There is a data storage, which means that it collects all the data storage, all the logs and from every single AWS or even Azure activity or even from Azure Active Directory. It collects and it stores the logs. Okay, then the automation. The automation comes into picture where you can do automation based on events that is already happening at the log layer. The rules are specific predetermined rules that you can make use of, or you can create rules also. We will see this in the demo part on how the rules come into play and so on. So there's a user interface, as every cloud thing. It has a user interface. It has a nice dashboard. You can see things in a way that you want to see. So the first point I want to highlight is, I'm not sure how many of you know, Microsoft is the biggest investor in terms of threat analysis, threat identification. They almost spend $1 billion every year to build this threat intelligence, supporting all the security agencies, governments, and so on. So the machine learning, the level of machine learning that Microsoft understands and the data that it collects is phenomenal. So that intelligence is brought to you, to your doorstep at a very minimal cost. You don't need to deploy so sophisticated architectures. You can make use of the intelligence that Microsoft already built. Last one is the search and investigation part, where you can get to search your logs that is already being stored, and then you can do an investigation, which I will show you a demo also in the next slides. Right. So if you look at it, on the left side, the Azure Sentinel is sitting on the cloud, and it can talk to Office 365, threat protections, Azure platform, and any applications that you run on the Azure layer. Also, it can work with Azure and other SaaS services to collect logs and consolidate it. Not only that part, there is on-premise component that the Azure Sentinel can collect logs from Cisco on-premise router, firewalls, switches, or anything that you want to have. Palo Alto, Windows Server, Linux Server, Checkpoint are already supported in there. So during the demo, I can show you some of that on-premise support capabilities also. All right, so far so good. Now we can move on to the Sentinel demo part. Okay, in the demo part, what we're going to do is we're going to have the Sentinel. How do you configure the Sentinel? Overview on the dashboards, data connectors, Azure 2 data connectors. I will show you how we can connect, and then we go on to a threat hunting. How do you hunt for a threat, and how do you understand threats? So this is I have only one more slide now for you guys. That is the last slide. So we can switch to demo at this point of time. I'm going to share my desktop, so I don't need to. Right. So what I have here is I created a resource group. You remember we saw the resource group. This resource group was at the second tier. Under the resource group, I'm planning to create a Azure Sentinel. But I want to show you another screen also, this is another Azure Sentinel I already prepared. Not prepared, it's already a live one, which is already having things configured. So we will not be, waiting on the data connection and so on. We have something ready. So first I will walk you through the setting of how you set up a Sentinel. So if you go to your resource group, that's the top level. You can go and usually add the same way that you can add. I'm going to type Sentinel, Azure Sentinel. So this is the existing one, but I'm going to add a new one. As I mentioned there, you need to have a log analytics, the storage. The first thing I mentioned in my the blue box, if you remember, the first thing was the data storage. So I'm going to go and create a new workspace. This is the log analytics workspace, which means this is the storage place of all the logs. Okay, so the Gab Nepal is the one I'm going to do. And the instance is gab name np demo demo workspace. You can give any name you want to have. And if you remember, I was telling you about the logs, where the logs can go, the big map that I showed you. So this log, you have to be careful about what your requirements are. So I'm just going to go and use Southeast Asia, which is the Singapore one. And then the pricing tier is, you can have a pricing tier, various pricing tiers, but I have because of my subscription type, I have a pay as you go only. You can have multiple other options based on your subscription type. And I'm going to go and create it. While we wait on it, do we have any questions so far? This should be done in. Okay, this should be done in a minute.
Okay, maybe meanwhile, if you wanted to, maybe you could explain a bit about, because Sentinel is part of a security. So maybe if you could explain a bit of Azure security in a holistic view. Like,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, so the Azure security is getting into a, the insecurity in terms of the cloud security is getting into a very mature phase, I would say, at this point of time. What I mean by that is, if you remember, in old time, we used to have only one telephone per street, like I'm talking about like 15 years ago or sometime. So you used to have only one phone in the street, and then everyone will call, hey, can you get me the the neighbor to come and talk to me in 10 minutes. So that was the telephone time. And the transition from that telephone time to mobile was not like everyone went and bought a landline phone for them, but everyone actually directly went and bought a cell phone. So that was called leapfrogging. So we did not the transition from no phone did not happen through one more telephone line to my phone, and then I upgrade my home telephone to a cell phone. But I would rather go and buy a cell phone directly because of the technology advancements. So in the same analogy, if you take today's world, there is the on-premise security, on-premise security infrastructure are like old telephones, like only they're very very old type, very scarce, very pricey to maintain, and so on. But when you go to the cloud, you are actually leapfrogging to the cell phone era, like with all the gadgets, all internet connection, everything there. Similarly, the cloud security is coming with a lot of pre-built that you don't even get to see. For example, one of the most easiest thing is if you have an RDP server sitting somewhere. When the RDP server is attacked, and when the RDP server is in Azure, for example, remote desktop server, if it is getting attacked, if it is getting compromised, you get an alert email seeing your machine is actually attacked, or your machine is already compromised. Nowhere that you will get this in the on-premise era. So that is the difference between what is happening in today's cloud, on-premise security versus cloud security. In general, there are a lot of security features enabled by default in Azure platform. For example, the DDoS attacks are completely preventable using Azure platform, because Microsoft deploys these technologies in the backend to prevent your attacks on your server that are known patterns of server attacks. Right. So I think a little bit on that was a little bit I want to tell. But if someone has a specific angle of why network firewall is better in cloud, or any other specific question, I can answer that question also. Right. So we have our workspace ready. Let's move on to the demo. We have our workspace ready, and I'm going to add this workspace to the Sentinel. So it'll take about less than a minute. So we're done with that's as easy as your configuration. This is the enabling the service now. And very first thing you need to do is the collect data, security alerts, and automate orchestrate. These are the three functionalities that you want to do. But the first functionality will give you most of the information. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do connectivity to two services so that the alerts or the logs will come to Azure Sentinel from those two. If you remember my PowerPoint, I told you about Azure Activity, and there is a Office 365 that I want to configure. So these are the two things we will configure. Before that, I want to slowly go through this, the list so that you will understand how it is working or how is this coming. There are 39 connectors as of now, available as of now. If you look at it, this is a AWS server, which is the Amazon, which means that this can work with the Azure Amazon. And then there is a Azure native ones. And if you go a little bit down, you can see the third-party firewalls, which is on the cloud, which also works with Sentinel. If you go down further, you can see other things like, Fortinet cloud, Fortinet on-premise, Palo Alto networks, security events by Microsoft, syslog, general syslog, Trend Micro, Windows Firewall. This is a server. Windows Firewall is from the server, on-premise server. So it has a variety of connectors that it can connect. So let's go and check about how we connect Azure Activity. Okay. So I'm going to choose Azure Activity, and on my right side, you can see the status is not connected. So I'm going to go and configure. Okay, so this is my configuration page where I'm going to go and configure Azure Activity. So it gives me the number of subscriptions I already have. So I'm going to just use the Cloud Labs, which I want to connect. I don't want to connect other subscriptions, which means that you have the flexibility to connect how you want to connect. All right, so we can close back and we can go back to our data connectors, and by now we should see the status as let's come back here in a minute, and when we go to the Office 365 configuration, so we'll let it come back. The screen is not refreshing yet. So the similar way, you go to Office 365, go here, and then there are two options available: Exchange and SharePoint. Apply changes. Successful, and then you're done with it. So that's how easy you can start connecting your connectors. Let's see if the things changed. Another easy way to see is you see the green bar, which means it is already connected. The Azure is still not connecting. I think it's taking some time, Azure Activity. So this is how you enable your data collection as a step one. Okay, so now you already collected the data. What is that you're going to do with the data now? How is that you're going to make use of the data? So I will go to switch to my other Azure Sentinel, where you can see it's a fully functioning one. So the overview gives you the overview of what is happening, any alerts, any security events, any the heartbeat, Office activity, all those details it will give you. And then there is a log, which will come back little later. I will walk you through the logs part. And this is a threat management one. This will see the incidents. Fortunately, I don't have a lot of incident happening, so I'm kind of good here. And this is where you will have your workbooks. The workbooks are the automation tools that you want to use automation. I'm not going to go deeper into this one because we focus on our threat hunting part. So the threat hunting part is where you actually go and try to perform your threat hunting and so on. We will come back here to see some of the things that we can do little later. Notebooks is a typical automation that you can do some of the automations here as well. That can be your internal. So what is the difference between workbooks and notebooks? Workbooks are typically a pre-configured template to connect with external parties and so on. This is more of a your log level automation part. Okay, so we saw the data connectors just now, and the analytics is the analytics engine where you can actually see and configure an analytic engine to run on your logs. This is your custom analytical engines that you can play. The playbooks is the Azure regular playbooks for automation of Azure part. You connect with anything, you find a thread, you want to push it through somewhere, all those things you can do it with the playbooks. So the settings is your settings on what is your Azure Sentinel settings, which you can change based on your pricing and tier. Okay, so far we come across introduction to Sentinel and how you get your data connected to Azure Sentinel, and we have an overview of Azure Sentinel. So any questions at this point of time, or shall I just continue?
Sakthis, yeah. Is anyone asking you? Sakthis, can I ask one question? Maybe sure. A simple one, but what is like heartbeat? One of the metrics that you get out of the events and alert.
Okay, so basically the heartbeat is the same as any other monitoring telemetry that you see. If you look at the heartbeat just now, as the query window opens up, and if you see it, this is the server that we were running from this IP address. So this IP address, logs are collected from this using a direct agent. Usually there is an agent called Microsoft Monitoring Agent, MMA. Natively, this MMA sends the telemetry to Azure. So this is the heartbeat. So the heartbeat means this server is actually talking to the Azure Sentinel layer.
Mm.
Right?
Okay.
So this is a typical. This is applicable to other resources also. Now see the other resources, but yeah.
Yeah. Right. Great. Thanks.
So heartbeat and security events. We'll walk through security events. We'll walk through the Office events also. So these are the quick queries that you can do. Say, okay, what are the activities that is happening? For example, there is a file accessed, right? See file. Let's see what is the file accessed. So there is a OneNote was accessed by this is my known person. They are accessing this one. So the activity log. This is why you put the Office activity log. If you look at the OneNote is typically your SharePoint, right? Mm-hmm. The SharePoint access on the SharePoint layer from which client, who is the user ID, what did they access? So this is the main, one of the functionalities of, okay, what is happening at my tenant? So without this unified one, you don't have a place to see actually how the file is being accessed, what is being accessed. So in a way, this is your Swiss knife to understand what is happening in your cloud world. In typical scenario, you will have one firewall in the on-premise and one switch and one router, or a local infrastructure. That infrastructure, you will have an administrator. You will go to that administrator and ask, hey, how this is happening. Most of the time, the administrator will be able to tell you at the network layer, not at the file level, because most of the devices won't report that that instance. So in a way, if you see Azure Sentinel is your unified way. We're talking about, just now we saw the OneNote thing, right? Which means that it's actually talking to SharePoint and it understands who the user is accessing it and from which IP address, the network layer, and what kind of OneNote he was accessing, or he or she was accessing. So it is a consolidated tool which will tell you what's happening in your environment. I hope it makes you understand now on what Sentinel is.
Right. Yeah, Sakthis. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. So let's go to the interesting one of my interesting part, which is called threat hunting. The threat hunting is actually the threat hunting is actually a predetermined rule set. You can actually have a your own rule set also. You can have a new query and so on. So if any of your let me try to pick one of the predetermined pre-configured threat hunting template. So SharePoint file operations, previously unseen IPs. Okay, so attempts of a sign-in to disabled accounts by IP. So something like this. If you can run a query, something like this. So I don't have a threat like that. For example, in my whole Azure subscription, I don't have anyone who is disabled and trying to log in. So something like that, you can actually do a much easier threat hunt with the, with so many different activities. Like for example, someone is using non-administrative login to the mailbox. One of that, you can actually easily think about Exchange. So the non-owner mailbox login, for example, if your manager comes and asks, hey, I want to know who logged into the mailbox, who is a non-owner, like someone logging into someone else's. So we can run something, and then I already see that there is no results. So something like that you can run, and you can show, hey, no one is accessing anything. Even the administrators are not accessing anyone, the senior management's mailboxes. So that's an example of how you can make use of Azure Sentinel threat hunting. Right. So I want to introduce something else also, which is the GitHub. The GitHub Azure Sentinel. You can see the GitHub Azure Sentinel, which is pretty actively updated. If you go and look at it, you can actually see threat hunting queries, which are publicly available. You can actually don't need to check much of the things, that you can go and take the query from there and execute it in yours. So let's try to execute one query so you guys are aware of it. Security event, for example. Okay, I want to see the security event. For example, I want to know user logons by logon type. I want to know what is the user logon by logon type. You just need to take care of this query, and then you can actually put it in the logs. This logs will give you a query like a SQL, like it's a KQL SQL like query you can run. And basically, I don't have, what was that, user logon? I don't have a user logon. Okay, I don't have a user logon. So something, I think you get a sense of what is happening in here, right? So you can basically you don't need to write your own scripts. You can actually create whatever, you can actually see the existing logs, and you can make use of the logs into your log query section. So with that, I think I want to have any question and answer session. I want to see if there is anyone else is having a question and answer.
Yeah. So, guys, does anyone have any question for Sakthis? At this point, because Sakthis is nearly done, so maybe you can speak up by unmuting yourself, or you can write down in the chat section as well.
All right, give a few moments. I think we went through the demo part that we wanted to do, and that would be my last slide, Pradeep.
All right. Yeah.
Right. So I think again I want to thank you guys for bringing me to the one, and hope you get a good introduction of what is Azure Sentinel, and think about how you can deploy into your organizations or your requirements or your clients. And you can reach me at my social media handles. If you have questions, you can speak up now also.
Great.
In general, if I want to talk about a little bit about security, I can talk a few more minutes. How is the general perception in a security in Nepal? Like organizations focus on security, or they want to know more about the cloud security. You must be having some questions that you know day to day you will get it. I can even answer some of the questions, try to answer some of the questions. Right.
So maybe I could ask you one question here.
Sure.
In terms of the industries, like which kind of industries? I mean, perhaps you could give an example of the security situations in Singapore, or your own perspective. So, which sector generally faces highest security threats, or maybe which sector is using more of this Azure Sentinel as of now, in your perspective, in your experience?
Okay, so the Azure Sentinel is a newly coming up product. So there are a lot of the SIEM is not a new technology. SIEM is a very used technology mature for a long time. And there are a lot of big players like Symantec. There's quite a lot of players out there. But the only thing that is missing, or the very niche thing about the Sentinel, is that Sentinel can look into your cloud assets, also your internal assets, and help to make respond to a situation primarily. The Azure Sentinel adaptation is still at the very early stages in Singapore. I would say there are only smaller segments are already trying to pilot Azure Sentinel, but Azure Sentinel will form a de facto because of its native integration into Azure. So whoever is using Azure will see themselves using Azure Sentinel for unified threat management.
Yeah, great. And there's one question from Krishna Charise. He has the chat section Sentinel, if you would like to check there.
Hi, you might have used other services like Azure Sentinel. What are those and how Sentinel stand up? So the main thing I was telling was one of the. Let me read it fully. I think there's more. Oh, so the other alternatives are. There's quite a lot of other alternatives available. For example, Tripwire, McAfee. Symantec also has one.
I've heard of Logpoint.
Yeah.
If you.
So there are I think there are enough. As I said, the SIEM is not a nascent market. It's actually a mature market. And what does Azure Sentinel differ primarily is, if you see my query window. If I the query window, you can see the Exchange log, for example, and SharePoint log, for example. And let me try to run one more, which is another query I want to show you in here, the thread. So these are the this query is to understand what was created in the last 7 days. Okay, if you look at it, I just did the GAB Nepal demo workspace just now on the fly. So this was collected here. So if you look at my log and the query or the capability on the Azure Sentinel, you can work on the Azure layer, you can work on the Exchange, you can work on the SharePoint, you can work on any other SaaS product. So it is a unified plane. And this unified plane is not available in most of the scenarios unless you make it integration or you custom program API endpoints to push the logs out into somewhere. Most of the time, it is going to be a syslog, and then from the syslog, you're going to go and do correlations, but not in a extensive manner like how this was. Right. So that would be some of the changes I would say, or the differences I would highlight.
Yeah. Any other question, guys? Yep. I think time to close if there's no further question. So there's a question, sir. Any other way to connect with you? So how can people connect with you?
Yeah, at my Twitter is at Sakthis. And at Sandesh Kumar is the LinkedIn.
Okay.
See, the SIEM market is a lot of SIEM is already available. Heroku is also one. I think Salesforce got it at some point of time, I think, but it has everything has its own level of limitations. But Azure Sentinel will post an all-in-one solution for you for your SIEM capabilities requirements. Also, I'm Microsoft guy, so I love Microsoft products. So
yeah.
Yeah. Right. Okay. I think I appreciate your opportunity to present the Nepal forum, and have a good rest of the sessions, guys.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Sakthis. Thank you so much for your time. You're sharing your expertise around Sentinel and around Azure. So hope to catch up with you soon, very soon, for upcoming sessions, upcoming events as well. Yeah. So yeah, thank you so much.
And I'm okay to have something like if someone wants to have some kind of security topics that they are requiring in your groups, I'm be happy to deliver that also.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thanks. Yeah,
okay, guys, I'm hanging up. Bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Bye, Sakthis. Bye-bye. So guys, with this, it is exactly 1:31 p.m. right now. So this is a time for a quick break for us, because the next session that we have is by Chandan Bhagat Gupta, and then by Madan Shah. So our next sessions actually starts at 2 p.m. today, which is exactly after half an hour. So Madan would be presenting on deploying Azure resources as a code. This is really going to be a very interesting session. And then from Chandan, I'm really sorry. So the first session is going to be from Chandan on Azure and GitHub combo. And then the next session would be around deploy Azure resources as a code by Madan Shah. So with this, guys, we can stay online. There's no need to move out because because we are on a virtual session. So but yes, we hope to catch up soon in the next 30 minutes. All right. So until then, let me put myself on mute, and the screen would remain as it is. But like I said, we would resume our session after a quick break after half an hour, exactly at 2 p.m. Yeah. Thanks, guys. All right, starting soon. So as we said, it is exactly 2 p.m. right now, and we plan to resume at 2 p.m. So let's give some time for the people to join us. Some people are still in the lobby section, so just allowing them to join our session. All right, guys, so welcome back. And so this is going to be our second half of our global Azure session today. And so let's just quickly review what we covered in the first half, and then let's move into our second half. So in our first half, I started our session at exactly 11 a.m. and where I talked about Microsoft Intelligent Cloud and about the infrastructure as a service, and then I moved into. I also introduced you to what Nepal Cloud Professionals is, and I also shared with you all the social channels that we have, including our Facebook group, where we have all our members into in it, and then the next session was with Sandesh Karki. Sandesh Karki is has been our speakers in the past, and he spoke about monitoring application performance in Azure, wherein he spoke from Australia, and then the next session was with Sakthis Kumar. So Sakthis Kumar is an Azure MVP from Singapore, and he spoke to us about Azure Sentinel, getting started and beyond, and where in his session he spoke about Azure Sentinel services, how to connect to data sources, and understand how we can do threat hunting and log analysis and so on. So I think this is how we covered our first half, completed our first half of the session. So right after 30 minutes break, so we are back, and we hope to continue with 2 more interesting sessions we have. And the first session that we have is on Azure and GitHub combo by Mr. Chandan Bhagat Gupta. So Chandan is a DevOps engineer. He's a lead engineer for various software companies, and he has been our great speakers in the past for multiple times. And during today's session, he will be demonstrating on how to create GitHub pipelines and link to Azure and so on. Then the next session would be would be around deploying Azure resources as a code by Mr. Madan Shah. So Madan Shah is a cloud architect, and he would be running this session for at least about an hour, and then we will close. We hope to close this session by 4 p.m. today. So with this, let's welcome Chandan Bhagat Gupta for his session on Azure and GitHub combo. So yeah, so Chandan, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Is my mic good?
Yeah. So your voice is pretty clear, and so you could actually now take over the session by sharing your screen. And yeah, so let's welcome Chandan. Yeah, here.
Well,
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being the part of this virtual event. And this is actually my second virtual event. Previously, I had it like a year ago, and it's been a great, great day during the lockdowns. And since we thought that having this event would add some more values to our skills, so let me. Okay. A few things. So, okay. So if there are any questions, please do mention in the chat. And starting from myself, I am a DevOps engineer currently working at AgriSync. I'm working remotely, and it's a great experience to work remotely. And well, yeah. Today in this topic, I'll be talking about this Azure and GitHub, how to combine them, and there are some platforms that can connect Azure and GitHub, and it's all about the CI/CD. So starting from one question, I would ask: is anyone new to Azure? So please mention in the chat so that I can read. Is anyone new to Azure? Well, I think not. Have you heard about GitHub? Oh, I see. I'm new. I'm new to Azure or GitHub. Okay, so well, I think there are a lot of people who are new. So starting about the Azure, it's a cloud computing platform, and it's not just about the storage these days we are talking about. It's all about the computation power that are in the cloud, the small things. Our PC these days cannot handle, a lot of resources. So, yeah. So our PC can handle a lot of resources. We do not have enough RAM, enough CPU, so we trust on cloud computing platform. So Azure gives the power to that thing. And GitHub, I think we all know about the source code management. It's a source code management. So I will just go ahead. Okay, so starting with the Azure, it's a cloud computing service, and it was originally announced as with the code name Project Red Dog in 2008. I didn't know it, so I found this in Wikipedia. You can go ahead and you can find it the same thing on the Wikipedia. And the GitHub, it's a source code management, and it uses the Git engine. And what is Git? I think most of you know. And if you don't know, you can go ahead and look after these links, git-scm.com, so you can get the idea what the Git is about. And GitHub is just a platform that is based on the Git engine. And yeah, it provides our source code management. So if you want to ever look out the UI of the GitHub, you can log into the github.com, and if you have account, I think you are aware of that. So I'll come up with this thing, CI/CD. How many of you know about the CI/CD? Okay, so Smikey Bros says that he knows. So, and anyone else? Okay, so there are a few people who know about the CI/CD platform, and I think you have used a lot of these tools. These days are coming out in the GitLab, in the in the Bitbucket as well. There are Bamboo, there are GitLab, CI/CD platform. But did you know that GitHub also has a CI/CD platform? So yes, I'm going to talk about the GitHub CI/CD platform here. So linking between the Azure and GitHub is quite a it can be done through DevOps, Azure DevOps, and the GitHub Actions. But before that, why do we need CI/CD? Why do we need CI/CD? Because sometimes your computer smells your fear during the deadlines, and I think most of you know are aware of that. So during the release times, we all are like panicking, and often there are some issues in the computer, so in the local machine. And there is also another one which I think it's not it's a kind of loyalty thing, right? And the next thing is the smooth deployment. Because we all need to have just one process followed up throughout the different environments, right? And we need to roll back whenever something goes wrong. So do you know that sometimes Facebooks or GitHubs or LinkedIn publish a new update? There may be bugs. Even the Facebook has a bug. So immediately they roll back, right? So these types of things are actually given by CI/CD, and we can run the test, run the multiple tests, and we can have the approvals before deploying throughout the different environments, right? So I will tell you how do we link with Azure and GitHub. So there is Azure DevOps. I think I have give a lot of sessions about this Azure DevOps with the Nepal Cloud Professional in the previous sessions. So it's kind of a lot easier, but GitHub Actions is a new one. So I was very much interested to talk about this GitHub Actions And to see the GitHub Actions, it is nothing. Simply it's a workflow, right? It's a workflow. If you can go to these links, you can find out the GitHub about the GitHub Actions, and it can run on any actions, right? So those actions are basically on the push event, or sending the PR, sending the PR, approving it, and there and lot of things like external, external triggers. So there are a lot of events out there in the GitHub Actions that can be controlled. I think so. I think in the Azure DevOps there isn't external. On this external call. So generally in GitHub Actions, I can show you later on in my demo. So in the GitHub Actions, there is actually a URL. You can create your own URL, pass the event type, and then you can trigger it in using a Postman. So it's kind of a fun. So saying this, this image is all about the GitHub Actions. So generally it build, test, and publish, right? And it can use the Linux platform, it can use the Mac OS platform, it can use the Windows platform. All depends upon your choice. So if you want to use the Linux, you can use the Linux engine to build your project. If you want Windows, you can use the Windows platform. But since we are using most of the cross-platform these days we are using the .NET Core, so I'll go ahead and use Linux platform to host a .NET application, .NET Core application. So in my demo, I'll be including about using a Linux platform. So the next thing, the core concept about this is GitHub Actions is all about the actions, artifacts, CI/CD, event, hosted runner, job, steps, virtual environment, workflow file, and workflow run. So I will explain this all in detail. So these are the core concepts of GitHub Actions. And if you can see the sample YML file, the sample goes out there. I'm sorry if you can't see these images. I will post it later on and send you all the links. So this is the sample action. So we need to write the trigger event. The first line, as you can see, if you can see the first line, you can say on push, which means that the event is triggered on push, and the jobs that are mentioned below is test, and you can see the platform you can use is Ubuntu latest, Mac OS latest, and the Windows latest in simple text format. And you can use the steps in this format, like the uses, here are the steps that can be used, right? And well, I think these all things are required for our CI/CD platform. So what I'll do is I'll create a simple okay. So I'll create a simple application on the Visual Studio, and then ASP core web application. So this is our sample application. I'll name it as GABC 2020 Nepal. set this to no authentication so that we don't need authentication. A simple web application. Okay, so this is the simple web application. I don't need to add anything for now, so I'll just set it to the IaaS Express and see if this works. Meanwhile, you can ask any questions related to CI/CD so that I will be able to see them and answer it. So here is the UI. So this is very simple UI, which I think is fully functional of our project. So yes, and what I'll do is I'll just add a get ignore. Okay. So I will add a new repository in this my GitHub account. ABC 2020 Nepal, and let us make this public so that they can see it. So if there is any C#, I don't think that there is any C# over here. Visual Studio. Okay. Create a repository. So I will pull this inside in this using the PowerShell. Add origin. And then git to origin. Okay, can we get the Azure free pass for 1 month? I don't know if I can be helpful on that. But I think if you have someone who is working outside using their trial credit card, you can create a trial account with $200 free credit. And there are around 12 of the 25 services that are available for 12 months, and then most of the services you can access free. Okay, so this is I added this, and let's see git status. I'll check the status. So there are a few files. So I will just add it git add dot and then git commit -m or -m. I will add this as initial commit. Okay, and finally I will git push origin and then master.
Chandan, may I request you to please go a bit slower, because yeah, that would be helpful, I think, for everyone. A bit slower, I think.
Is it fast?
So, maybe.
I don't think so.
Because this is a live. Yeah, because this is a live online session, so not really wouldn't be really that easy for everyone, I think. So a bit slower would really be helpful, but else it's perfect.
All right. So if you're confused on any steps, so please do mention. I'll be watching the chat and then I'll be trying to answer them. So please mention if any of the steps are having any confusions or anything. So starting from the first step, what I did is I created this project, a simple project. I didn't change anything. I just used the template. And the second thing which I did was created a repository in the GitHub account, right? And I used my GitHub repo address and connected it to my this project. And then, well, I think there aren't much thing here to talk about, but starting, I will say this one is the get initiate command, right? So if you know about this initialize a folder as a Git repository in your local machine. So the next thing I did was I added this URL to my remote origin, right? And then the default branch, which I think is the master branch, and I pulled the update from the GitHub from this URL, right? And then I checked the status. It says that these files were not added. So these files, I added it inside in my Git commit with the message initial commit. So here is the thing, and now I'm pushing this thing back to my GitHub repo. So here, if you can see, the second commit which I did is here. So I think we have this GABC Nepal, all those files, necessary files in this repository. So, and the next thing what I'll be doing is, let's see. Here's my Azure portal. I think most of you are aware of this. So I think I got one question. Not having a credit card that can be used internationally is the main issue for us here. This is the one issue. Yes, I think this is the one issue. But I think I used my one of my brother's debit card, connected it, and used just the trial account. I didn't use the subscription as pay to go. Right? The trial account provides us $200 free credit that you can run for 1 month. So I'll go ahead and I'll just create a resource here, and the resource would be a web app where I can host my application. Where I can deploy my application. So this, I will create a new resource group. Let's say GABC 2020. So, and the web app would be GABC 2020 Nepal, and I think this would do. Runtime. So this one is core. I need to check the runtime version of this project. Yes, this is a 3.1. So I will choose as a 3.1 LTS long-term support, and then we are ready to go to host the application. Any questions till now? Okay, so this thing is validated. We are creating a new web app here to deploy our application. Meanwhile, all resources, I'll see if that is created. Deployment is in progress. Okay, the next thing I will do here, I won't do anything from here, but the main thing needs to be done from here, from the GitHub. If you can see, there are a lot of tabs over here. So this actions tab help us to create a workflow. So if you are aware, this workflow help us in creating our CI/CD pipelines. So the idea, if somebody are confused, what's the idea behind the CI/CD platform? I will say again, it's a platform where you can publish, deploy your code. You can build your code. You can run the test. You can build your code in GitHub server right now in the GitHub server, and you can deploy it easily in your web application that you created, right? So what we need the next is we need to create a workflow. So here are some of the samples. So if you can see here, there are the .NET Core workflow as a template over here. So deploy Node.js application to the Azure web app. Value faster, yes. It helps to deliver value faster and more transparently. And yes, who created, who deployed, it's all in the record. So what I'll do is, so if you can see this is the sample workflow. This is the workflow already present, right? So if you can set up this workflow, so you can see the sample, the default template, the name of the project, right? The name of the workflow that you are using, and under what event do you need to trigger this workflow? I mean, if you need to push it to the master branch, or if you have the multiple branches in the GitHub, let's say if you have the develop branch for the dev branch, and let's say stage for the stage branch, and master for the production, and you can use those things. You can actually use those push event on the branches of the master. Oh, sorry. Okay, is this good? Okay, so okay, so where I was talking about the triggering of this workflow. This workflow actually triggers on the master branch if anything is pushed to the master branch, or if there is any pull request to the master branch, and you can actually have multiple settings over here. So let's say you can have types, and then let's say if this one is the closed, if this one is the closed, yes, this is the YML. That is, I'm not aware of the full form, but this is the YML file. Everything is controlled through the YML file. So yes, there are the multiple jobs we can run from here. That is the build job inside the job, and one more thing about this YML file. it is actually you need to be careful about the indentation. So if the indentation is this is error, complete error. So you need to be aware of the steps, and you need to be aware of this. Let's say I will keep a space over here, so this will cause an error in the system. So you need to be aware of this YAML file. Yeah, and you can see you can have the jobs run on Ubuntu machine or Windows machine if you want a Windows machine. You can use Windows. If you want to run that on the Mac OS, you can use the Mac OS, which I think I mentioned earlier. So I will run on the Ubuntu machine, and then you can have a multiple steps, right? So these steps, every dev represents a step. So here you can provide multiple of parameters in the steps as well. So if you can just go ahead and look at this GitHub Actions documentation in the Google, you can find a lot of. Yes, we do have a choice to choose operating system in GitHub while using this GitHub Actions. So I think I mentioned earlier in this image. So we have the Linux machine, we have the Mac OS machine, and we have Windows machine. So here you can define what kind of machine do you want. If you want a Windows machine, if you want a Windows machine, you can use Windows latest. If you want Mac OS, then you can use this. If you want Ubuntu, then you can use, right? And so if you want some more information about GitHub Actions, you can go to the documentation over here. So there are a lot of things. I spent like a week on this and created some of the actions, on my from my side as well. So there is one question: if you want to select a custom build machine through GitHub, I'm not so sure if that is a question or answer. Okay, so here we can use the multiple steps, right? So we have around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps over here, right? The first one is used to check out the code, right? Like if you want to check out from the master, you need to check out from the master. But be aware that using the branch name, you can use a custom branch name like using with, and then you can pass a key as ref, and then you can pass like dev branch, right? So this will actually check out your dev branch. Okay, and you can add the multiple parameters over here. So here is the ID. You can pass a ID to identify the steps. So here's the ID. You can pass, let's say, checkout. This is the checkout, right? And there are another parameters like if condition. So if let's say if the commit is like if the trigger is build, then this. If the trigger is this, then this, right? You can add this condition. You can actually have the name to be displayed on the workflow, and this one run is actually the command line program that can be run through operating system itself. So currently in this case, since we are using the Ubuntu machine, so this run will actually use our shell command. I'm not so sure if most of us are aware of the shell command. cell scripting, so you can write the scripts over here and run it. So one thing you need to be aware of is with cannot be used with run. So if you are using already with, you can't use run. So there are certain cases, so you need to be aware of this run needs to be run, used without with, right? So another thing, this cell and then environment and then working directory, we can set up the working directory for this step, and you can actually prevent if there is any error to the next step. Let's say if this step fails out, right? This step fails out. Let's say continue on error. If you set to false, right? It won't continue. If you want to continue, if this step has an error, let's say this step has an error, and this step doesn't need to be run, then you can set continue on error is equals to false over here. Continue on error over here also. So you can set a lot of settings over here also. You have the options of timeout in minutes. So if this is taking longer time, then you can add a timeout to kill the steps. So before doing this, I have a sample YML that I worked previously, and let's say I will paste it over here. So starting from this again, here is the push. I can specify the multiple branches, right? I can specify the dev branch. I can specify on branches, let's say stage, and I can add some more branches, let's say master branch, okay? And this can be activated through the pull request as well, which is the type of the closed and the pull request of, to the master branch, right? So you can see I have created multiple branches, multiple steps over here. So I will keep the dev over here. So the first step, I will go through this step one by one. So the first step is to check out the code, right? What we'll do, we need to actually to deploy our code, we need to first check out the code, right? That's what we do locally, right? And the second, we can set up this NuGet, right? And the third step we can do is to specify the .NET Core SDK, right? And the fourth was the Java, Node.js, which I think we don't require over here, so I will just remove it, right? And the next step we will do is to restore if there is any NuGet packages dependency, right, from the NuGet store. So we will use this. We'll run the command of .NET restore. That's what we do, right? And in the shell scripting also, we can do we can publish the file, right? And then we can upload the artifact, or we can upload the artifact. I will come up what the artifact is. And next thing we will do is we will deploy the app to Azure. The one which I created here. So it's here, right? The web app is created. Is there any questions, any confusion? Refer to the stage and prod, right? So we have like multiple application. Let's say this one is the dev application, right? And then we have another application. We created another application. So we can deploy those things directly or indirectly. The artifacts that can be stored locally inside the GitHub itself. So I'll come with this artifact when this action is actually run. So here's the thing. I will use this as you can give any file name. Let's say GitHub 2020 GBC. You can write anything. So I will create this file directly, and since this is triggered on the push event, this has the push event over here. So pushing this, committing directly to the master branch will trigger this action. So I will commit this, and if you can go to the actions, yes, you can see, you can open this inside the actions, and you can go to the steps. You can see what is happening over here. So the first step was checkout, right? So it's checking out the code from the master branch, and then it's fetching the repository of the dev branch. Even though we pushed out this to the master branch, it is actually fetching the repository. It will check out the dev branch because we have that written here statically, dev branch. I think we don't have the dev branch, so it will throw an error. So let's update it. I will go and update it to, let's say, master branch itself. So this run is failed. I will show you where there is error. So you can see this is failed because we don't have a dev branch till now, and all the steps failed because I kept everything as continue on error is false. So these all steps failed out. This all steps didn't run, right? So let's go to another one, which I think it will work fine. Till step upload artifact. So starting from this step, let's check it. So initially we checked out the master, and then it can be checked out to the master branch itself. We don't need that, but we can actually define which branch we need to check it out dynamically, right? So we have that options as well. And then NuGet, setting up the NuGet CLI, we can set up, right? And this step actually set up our .NET Core SDK inside the Ubuntu machines where this is hosted, right? And then next step was the restore event. I think everything is restored. And this step was publish event, which I think you all are aware that it creates a published file, and it's working fine. The long list. Failed to upload. Yeah, here it is, because we didn't find any. I think there are some errors in our second last step, upload artifact. So I'll just go ahead and update both things so that this can be properly updated. So here's the thing: we have the path, right? We have the name. This name is not a valid name, right? So we can write any valid name over here. We have valid name. We can write valid name over here. So I will just give some static name so that it can be deployed. And the next thing, this one is actually Azure Web Apps deploy, and you can actually go through this you can go to the source code of this web app deploy, how it uses our GitHub project, how it is deployed to to the Azure web app. So you can use GitHub and then github.com and then slash, and then you can paste Azure / web app. I'm not sure what was the name. Web app, and then deploy, right? Web apps deploy. So here are the actions, right? And you can actually use the releases that can we are using this v2, which I think is in the release folder, release section of this repository. You can see Azure / web apps deploy. So that means we can use any actions. We can create our own actions. And one of the actions that I created for my for my company, I can just show you. It's open source. So here is GitHub / everything / Azure app configuration. So this one is the web. So this one is the our GitHub actions that is actually hosted, and it's something that we pull from the Azure app configuration. It is currently under use, so we can create our own. So using this under this releases v4.2, it can actually work. We can actually integrate that thing here. So we'll not use that because we need to deploy our web application. So we are using this, and in this section you can go through the documentation. You can find out how to use how to deploy it in the different way. So here it is. We need a published profile to deploy, right? The published profile, the way we deploy it using Visual Studio, right? We did it previously. I think we need published profile first of the web application. So I will grab this published profile and use it as a secret. So you might be wondering what the secret is. So I will tell you about that. So just let me get this published profile. I'll download this and download it. So here it is. This is the published profile in the XML format, right? So I will copy everything. I'll copy everything, and here we are in our project. I will keep this thing as a secret. So I'll just go ahead and open this in a new tab. So here are in the settings options, you can see the multiple options over here. So secrets is one of them, which we will be using in our GitHub actions. So secrets is something we can add it. Let's say published profile. Published profile. I will paste this whole thing, and then I will add the secret. So it's now hidden. It's now hidden. So we can see this. We need just this thing, right? And the next thing is we need to add the app name, the name of the app, right? So what was our app name? It was, I think, GABC 2020 Nepal. GABC 2020 Nepal, the name of our app, right? So we need to make sure the name is correct, GABC 2020 Nepal. And the published profile, since it is in our secret, we will use this thing to add our secret. RETS secret dot published profile. So this thing will pull the published profile, the secrets, the key of the key that is set inside the secrets. This you cannot see what inside it, right? So using this thing, you can actually upload it now. So previously our workflow also failed. So you can see we can actually trace out where it failed. It failed in publish section because it failed to fetch the credentials which is in the published profile, right? So I just need to update this again. Update. I will just commit these changes, and in the action it is already triggered. It is already triggered, and now we can deploy this thing. And talking about the artifact, just in this build, in this run, right? You can see the artifact is of the name, this one, which I mentioned in my workflow file. So it's currently the size of 0 byte. I think we need to change the working directory. I think there's some issues in working directory. Let's check it out. So this one also failed. We can trace it where it failed, right? Okay. This is weird now. I think there is some issues in GVC, sorry, the name. So I'll just go ahead and copy the name, GABC 2020 Nepal. There was 202 Nepal, which failed it. I think, sorry, I need to edit this. Paste. And then so as you can see, the publish command is .NET publish, and then the configuration is the release configuration, and the output is to our web app, right? And here we are passing the same path that we published. And after updating this, I think our workflow is running. Yes, it's running. And now you can see the publish is in progress. Yes, it's successfully. It is successful. So I will just go ahead and test it in our URL. Well, you can see it's running. You can see it's running fine. That we saw earlier here. So I'll do one more thing over here. So I will just add some more information in the index page. So let's say welcome from virtual DABC 2020 Nepal. So this is right. So I will just see this. Git commit.am updated the header. Okay, and I will just push it. Origin right. I'm just pushing to the master branch. Sorry, yeah. Git pull origin master. Since we made a changes to our GitHub repo directly. Okay. Push origin master. Remote exception. I don't think so there is any exception. Just a moment over here. Git remote. Okay, so I think we pushed it. It's a successful one, and you can see after pushing, the trigger is automatically invoked, right? So we will see if that works. And there are a few more things in the documentations which I think we need to know. There is like environment variables, right? If we can search about the environment variables, we can get some options, some information over here. So using these things like the GitHub actions, which actions is running, which event it is running, right? So we can get all those information, which branch is active, we can get the information. So we can use some of this environment. So you can go through the documentation, you can find it, find all the necessary information. I think this documentation will be enough for you to start on this GitHub action. Yeah, I think, well, this one is also successfully built. So why don't we just go ahead and give it a try. Refreshing this. See, welcome from virtual DABC 2022, Nepal. Well, this is all about the GitHub actions. There are a lot of things over here, which I think won't be enough to explain now. It's already 3:01. I think I'm out of time. So I'll just stop it here and leave it to you if there are any questions.
Yeah, let's wait for some questions if there's any. So, and then we can start with the next session. If you have any questions, please please mention that in your in the chat section, please.
So if you want to know anything about like the DevOps stuff, and then you can always ask me in my LinkedIn, in my Facebook, wherever you want, you can ask me questions. I'll be very happy to answer them. Well, I think, Pradeep sir, I'm done.
Yeah, it looks like there's no further questions. So yeah, thank you so much, Chandan, for your time, for sharing your expertise with the community, with everyone who has joined us today. And so with this, yes, please keep joining us, because we have another interesting session with us. And the next session that we have is with Mr. Madan Shah as our speaker, and he is the cloud specialist and a cloud architect at one of the renowned organizations in Nepal, in Kathmandu. And today we'll be speaking about how to deploy Azure resources as a code, and hopefully this is going to be one of the best sessions today. And yes, and of course this is the last but not the least one. So let's welcome Madan into the session. So Madan, if you are there, would you like start sharing your presentation with everyone?
Yes, I'm here, Pradeep sir. So my sound is clear, right?
Yeah, it is absolutely clear.
Okay, so let me start with my slide. So here's my slide. So just inform me when you can see my slide.
Yeah, Madan, just a quick note that because this is absolutely a virtual session, so, and maybe some of you are not familiar, some of the participants are not too familiar with the virtual meetings. So maybe we should we should go a little slow in the pace, like a bit abnormal pace, I would say, and that would help everyone, I think.
Okay, sure then. So I think we can begin now. Shall I begin then? Hello?
Yes, you can. Yes.
Okay, okay, sure. So first of all, welcome everyone to the virtual event. So today I'll be talking about infrastructure as a code for Azure. It's like deploying Azure resources using the code. So first, let's begin with my introduction. So I'm Madan Shah, and I'm a CSIT graduate from Nepal. I work as a solution architect at Genish Solution. And so my LinkedIn user is Madan Shah, and I have the same name for Twitter. So if you want to reach out to me, you can contact me using those my social handles. Okay. So like we all are at home, I want this session to be very engaging. I'll be asking you questions. I expect that you reply. Please do reply to those questions, and I really want you all to ask some questions if you have any confusions. Okay, so let's begin. Can anyone tell me what are the scripting tools that we use in Azure? And like for our Windows, we have command line. So what are the tools that we can use in Azure for scripting? Yeah, please anyone?
Yeah, you can write in the chat section, please. Thank you.
Okay, like Visual Studio, you can use Visual Studio Code as well as Visual Studio to write some scripting language. But there are two tools. Let's first give some other chance. Yeah, okay. So we have some answers like Chandan Bhai said it's PowerShell. Yeah, that's correct. We have Azure PowerShell built in within the Azure portal. We can use for scripting. So there's another one as well. So if anyone, yeah, there's CLI. So there's Azure CLI. These are the two tools that we can use for scripting in Azure. Okay, so let's begin with my let's move to my presentation again. Okay, so these are the two tools that we use for scripting in Azure. So we can do it within the Azure portal. The UI portal is, and as well as from our local device, our device, we can use that as well. So in this demo, most of the demo, I'll be using Azure CLI for doing the demo. So to do that, I need so how do we install the CLI? So I have a link over here. So I'll be covering how we can install Azure CLI in Windows. So here's our installer, right? So we can install it over. So here's a doc regarding how to install it in the Mac, how to install it in the Linux, like there are everything. So once we have downloaded and installed the Azure CLI, right, you can go over this documentation and install those things. The one of the important part is to define the path of the application. So can anyone tell me why do we need to specify the application path in our environment? So we have installed the application, right? But we do need to specify the path of the application. So why do we need to do that? Yeah, okay. So anyone else? Uh, so so basically what we do need to specify the path so that we can call that script from anywhere in our in any directory. If we are in any directory, we can call the application. So like first let me show you how we can define the path in our environment variables. So yeah, right. So it's my key pros. Yeah, so he so he has the answer. So path to look into is the command that I execute to run. Yeah, that's the answer we have. That's the correct answer. So okay, just need to check. You can only see my presentation, right, as of now. Pradeep, can you make that? Can you? Uh, uh,
What do I want? What do you want me to do, please?
yeah. So like currently only my presentation is seen, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay then. Okay, let me just share my whole screen again.
Yes, you need to share your desktop instead of an application.
Okay. Okay, now I think I have shared my screen, whole laptop, Windows, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So now let me show you how we can define the path variables. So we need to go into environment variable. We can do this over here and over here. So we have a user variables and system defined variables. So these things we do define in our path in the users variable. So if you go over here, I have some for like, let me show you, I have a Terraform path variable over here. So we do need to do something like that for CLI as well. Okay, so this is how we do it. Okay, so this is so let's do some few examples of CLI, how we run CLI in our environment. First, we need to log into our Azure account. So first, we need to confirm whether Azure CLI is installed in our local computer or not. For that, we need to run this. So it will just show if it's installed or not. If it's not installed, this will not be shown. So then I will do is Azure login. So what this command does is like this prompt us to log into our Azure account. So actually, I have already logged into my account. Like even so, this has the cache. So I am automatically logged into my account. So I'm just waiting for it to complete. See here that so I have logged in. So what is the information that is showing is the list of my subscriptions. So what subscriptions are in Azure is like subscriptions are container to create resources. Like without subscription, you are not able to create any subscription. So it's like a cache that you use to buy your services in Azure. So okay, let me just list down my subscription for you. So I have this subscription. So currently I'm using my own subscription that's Madan for this demo. So you can choose any and the subscription as well if you want. Like we can do that. Okay, let me show the current subscription that I'm in right now. Okay, there's a mistake. Yeah, so I'm currently in Agile tool. Okay, let me change this. Yeah, okay. So now I'm in my subscription and my own subscription that I'll be using for the demo. So we can create our resources using Azure CLI and Azure PowerShell as well. But this kind of thing will be very complicated while managing a large infrastructure. So what we do is we use infrastructure as a code for this kind of problems. So we look into solution. IAC tools like Azure templates, ARM templates, and Terraform. So let's back to the presentation. So okay, so what is IAC? Like IAC is the process of managing and provisioning computing infrastructure. So it's like it defines how we. It is a tool used to create our resources in a cloud or in any our data center. So the approach used is like a declarative approach. So using declarative approach, we specify what we want the IAC tools to create or create resources. I mean, we just define the resources rather than explaining how we can create the resources. So it's just opposite of the procedural approach. So like there are a lot of IAC, like for AWS there is cloud formation, for there is for Google Cloud there is resource deployment, and for Azure it's ARM templates. So and if we are looking into the multiple cloud platforms, like if we have multiple clouds in our environment, we do use multiple clouds. Like if we have Azure and AWS in our, we can use Terraform to manage our infrastructure using code. So what is AI? So like the benefits of using IAC, like consistency. Like once we create a template, IAC code template, the result would be consistent. Like the once we create the template, and the result while deploying the template in the next environment will be the same. And the benefit is like accelerating, so it's fast. Like you don't need to go into the GUI and do everything. It will so like using IAC, it's less time consuming. So, and there is reusability. We can use the template for in multiple environments. Like we can use for testing environment, production environment, staging environment. So we use the same template for multiple scenarios, and there is extensively. So we can use incorporate JSON with multiple additional items as well. So let's begin with Azure ARM templates. So before moving into Azure ARM templates, let's discuss what's Azure Resource Manager. I mean ARM. So ARM is the deployment and management service for Azure. So like any query that we do to Azure will be passed through the Azure Resource Manager. So it is the service that will handle every request that you send to Azure. So it is the main service that will be used to deploy your resource and manage your resources. So Azure ARM templates has been derived from ARM. So ARM templates are nothing but the JSON files that define our infrastructures and configurations. So another topic and there is Azure subscription. So what are subscriptions? Subscriptions are basically container where you create your resources. So as I said earlier, it's like a billing system for your Azure portal. So it can be like pay as you go. So you only pay after what you use. So so there are other subscriptions, like there are subscription for students. Those are on credit models, and there are MPN subscription, and there are various kind of subscription. So why do we choose ARM templates? So like so I said in the IAC phase, like it's a declarative syntax. So we just define the resources that we want to be deployed in our environment. We don't need to, like ARM will handle how it will create those resources in Azure. So we don't need to think about that. Everything will be handled by ARM. So repeatable results. So there will be accuracy in the results. So so there won't be any misconfiguration. So what the template defines will exactly that things will be created in Azure. And there's orchestration. So like to deploy a complex environment, we need to create some resources and then the dependent resources likewise. So like orchestration is very much easier using ARM templates. I mean, yeah, and there is modular file, so we can just suppose there is an environment where we have multiple web servers, we have and database servers, and we have like an application servers. So in that case, we can just write a modular file. So one file will be for web applications, and there will be for business web servers, and there will be for application servers, and there will be for our database servers. So we can just combine everything and into a single ARM template. But all those individual files will be have different locations, and we can integrate do the CI/CD with the ARM template. So we can use continuous integration and continuous deployment. And this is exportable code, so we can export this code from Azure as well. So suppose we have a environment that we have, so we have a staging environment in Azure, so we can just export those code from our Azure environment and then just deploy it in our production environment. So like the basic structure of our template file, the JSON ARM template file will have parameters, variables, user-defined function, resources, and output. So these are the things that we need to define. But the basic syntax for a file will have a schema. It will also so schema will define the schema file where all those functions or providers will be defined, and then there is a versioning. So versioning is nothing but just versioning of the file. Like we can have multiple versioning. We will make changes to the file, and so just to track those changes, we do create versioning of that. So parameters are nothing but the values that we need to provide to the template, and variables are values that we repeatedly use in our templates. And user defined functions, so there can be the system defined functions and user defined functions. So Azure and ARM templates do support the user defined function as well. And resources are the services that we want to deploy in Azure. And there's the output are any information that we want to be provided to us at the end of the template deployment. So first let's see a template. So here's my template. So just let me show you. So here's a schema that I have done. So schema it just defines the URL for the schema file over here and the content version. So it's just a versioning of our template file. And here we do have parameters. Like I have defined the username and the user passport and DNS name for the VM that I'm going to create. And there's a Windows OS version, like it's the version that I will be using for creating a VM. And there's a size, VM size, there's a location parameter, and these are the variables. Like they are being repeatedly used in my template. So I have just defined them here, and I can call them in my below code. And here are resources. So like as I told you, so like let's go with this. So the type defines the resource provider. So within Azure, there are multiple resources. There are compute resource provider, there are storage resource provider, and there are network resource, and there are many more as well. So like this resource is being provided by Microsoft Storage, and the resource is of storage account type. So and here's the API version of the resource, and here's a name. It's just so I'm referring to the variable. So if you can see over here, name equals to variable storage account name. So I have defined this over here. So in this way, I can call the variable. So look, if you can look over here, I have defined the parameter location, and so let me see over here. I think I have defined a parameter. Okay, so I have a parameter over here, and I'm calling this from here. And there's a SKU. SKU just defines how the redundancy of your storage account will be. So here it defines that it's a locally redundant storage, and it's nothing more to store. And the type is storage. And Android is the public IP. Similarly, the Android resource will be okay. It's just public IP. Okay, so and another resource is my public IP address. So I'll be using this resource to attach to the NIC of my virtual machine so that I can access it via publicly. And here's my network security group. So in Azure, network security group is nothing but just a firewall. To be specific, it's like it is used to just filter your traffic. So based on your IP and protocols and port, it will filter the traffic. It's either you can deny it or you can allow the traffic. So here I'm allowing the traffic for RDP because I do need to connect to this VM from my RDP. I do need to RDP to this VM from here, I mean publicly. So I do need to open a RDP port. And here's a virtual network. So virtual network will have our virtual machines. So here we have defined our virtual machine network. So let's go into this. So here's our name, here's the location, and then depends on. So let me explain this. So depends on, like before creating any resources, they will have dependency. Like for a virtual machines to be created, there needs to be other certain resources that needs to be already be created in Azure. Like there needs to be storage account, there needs to be network, virtual network interfaces, and there are a few other components that needs to be created prior to the virtual machine. So what depends on specifies is like before creating a virtual network. So in this scenario, before creating a virtual network, we need to check that the network security group has been created already. So depends on just specify that what resource needs to be created prior to the specific resource. So here is the address prefix. So I have already defined the address range for this virtual network, and I have stored it as a variable. So I have a subnet, and the same thing, it's referring to the address prefix variable and network set. So here are those things. And here's my virtual network interface. So it's more like it's a NIC. And over here, so let's go into the virtual machine that we'll be creating. So the type is Microsoft Compute. So Microsoft Compute is the provider, and the resource that it will provide is a virtual machine, and this is the API version of our provider or resource. And here's the name and location. So location I have defined in my parameter. So depends on. So it will depend on a storage account and the NIC. Properties like hardware properties, the VM size I have defined as a parameter. So it's a standard S2, I guess. And OS profile. So it's the name, the admin user password, in name and password, OS profile, and here's the storage profile. So publisher. So storage profile will just define the OS that I will be using. So the publisher is Windows Server. And SQ is the latest that I have defined over here. In the, I guess in the parameter section, yeah. This versioning, okay. Now let me see the SQ. Okay, okay, parameter Windows OS version. So I have defined a parameter named Windows OS version. So SQ is taking the value from this parameter. So OS disk is from image. So like by default, the OS disk will be created from the image. So the image that we use defines the OS disk, and there's another temporary disk that will be by default added to this VM, and there's a data disk. So what these two lines are specifying is like we'll have a one OS disk and we'll have another data disk. Data disk will be of size 1 TB and it will be empty, so it won't have anything in it. And there's a network profile for us. And so it will defining my network interface for this VM, and there's a boot diagnosis. So every boot diagnosis will be stored in this storage account, and there's an output. So what I said earlier was like parameters needs to be provided by us. So I have a parameter file over here, and I have defined my user. So let's just say this, and this is my address prefix. So let's just deploy this. So using command line. So I have this here. So I need to create a resource group. So like resource group, before creating any resource, we need to have a resource group created. So it can be either while creating a resource, we can create a resource group, or first we create a resource group and then create a resource within a resource group. So first what I'm doing is I'm creating a resource group in Azure, and then I'll deploy this template within that resource group. So group. So you can see over here, I made a mistake. So you can use the help to check what I did wrong over here. So I missed the create over here there. So that's okay. So what I need to do is I need to specify Azure group and specify a command. So I need to specify create. The same code. Okay. I'm switching to my folder where I have all my files. Command to deploy the ARM template is agent deployment group. We need to define the resource group. So resource group is, so we can use either the resource group name or we can define just G for resource group, and it's GABC demo 2020. This deployment template, I'm going to keep it name of GABC demo 2020. We need to define the template file. We need to define the parameter file. So let me deploy. So just let me check in my Azure portal. So go over here. So you can see I have nothing over here. So let me refresh this. So you can see I have a resource group that I created using the CLI. And let's see if anything. So if you can see over here, I have a one deploying. So it's using my GABC. So the deployment name is the name of the deployment that I have given in the Azure CLI. So it's GABC demo 2020. So it will start creating resources that I have defined in my template. So it will take some time to deploy this. So I think let's go. So do you have any questions?
I think no questions.
Okay, so as you can see over here, so here's my public IP address that has been created. There's a network NSZ and there's a storage account. So if you can go over here, so you'll know exactly what it is creating. So this is the storage account and here's a network security group public IP. So now it's creating a virtual network. So let's wait for some time for it to be created. Okay, so I have my 4 resources created, but I have defined more as well. So my virtual NIC has been created now. So now it's creating my virtual machine. So if I go into my resource group, so you can see I have my resource created over here. So if I go into my virtual machine, so I have a public IP address, and here's the state is in creating state. So once it's running, I can connect it via the RDP using this public IP. So I can still track that deployment, whether it has been completed or not. So these are the things that it took as a parameters, so that I have defined. Some of them are default parameters, and some of them I have provided to the template using my parameter file. And so here's the output, so it doesn't have any output. So here's my template file. So you can see over here, it's exactly like I have the parameters. So it has separated parameters. Okay, let me show. So these are the parameters that we have in for this template, and these are the variables that we have defined. So when I click onto this, it will just navigate me into the exact variable. So like as I said earlier, that we can export those templates once that has been deployed. So scenario can be like we have deployed our infrastructure using a GUI, I mean using the Azure portal. So if we go into the deployment, so the scenario will be same. In this case, we have deployed using a template, but even if we have created resources or deployed resources using the portal, so we do have an option like this deployment over here. So if we go into this and just click on the template, we can download that and further use it to deploy our resources on different environments. So that's how and this is how we export our templates for future use. Okay, I think so. It's still in creating state. So okay, now it has completed. So let me just go and show you how. So let me show how I'll so to RDP. I'll just simple RDP. VM has been created. So the user is GPC user X. Okay, so I'm getting an error. Let me just check my user password. Okay, GPC user. Okay, so let me so even in case if you forget your password, we can change the password in the left pane. So if you go in the left pane, you can see over here in the support plus troubleshooting, you can reset the password. For this, VM agent needs to be installed in your VM, but by default, if you are deploying our virtual machine in Azure, the virtual machine will deploy VM agent within your virtual machine. So we can reset our password using this feature. Okay, so that's for the ARM template now. Okay, so this is ARM template comes handy when we are just working with Azure, but in most of our scenario, like in scenarios, organizations use multiple cloud platforms, like they use Google Cloud Platform, GCP, they use AWS, somebody may be using Alibaba, or somebody may be using DigitalOcean. Yeah. So in that scenario, like the best tool is to use Terraform as a IAC. So Terraform is like, the benefits of Terraform is like it is not aware of the platform that we will be. So we might be using either Azure or AWS or GCP. So it doesn't have that effect like platform. It is not platform dependent. So it is platform independent. So we can deploy our resources to any cloud provider. So this complete. So there's a Terraform. So what Terraform is like? A Terraform is a infrastructure as a code offering from HashiCorp, and the language that is used is called SCL. That's a HashiCorp configuration language. So same is the Azure ARM template. So it is used for building, changing, and managing infrastructure in a safe and repeatable way. So benefit of one of the perks of Terraform is like it's very human readable, like it's easy to read, easy to understand. So like as I said, the benefits are platform agnostic, so it is unaware of it, it doesn't care about the platform that it where it in the resource needs to be deployed. It will manage itself. We just need to declare the resource that we need to create, and state management. So it does have a state file, like it has a tf state file that manages all the state of the resources that we have deployed in our cloud platforms, whether it can be Azure or AWS. So operator confidence, so it's like the result will be same. So like once, so before doing the actual commit to deploy resources in either any of the cloud provider, it will ask for our permissions to actually deploy it. So like the operator will always have a confidence that they are not making any unnecessary or mistakes while deploying templates. So first they can check their code and then ultimately commit to the changes. So the overall workflow, or how the Terraform works, or how Terraform template file will be created, is based on this. So we have a scope. So scope is like the what resources that we can create in our Terraform template, and author is like is creating a Terraform file, is configuration file using the ACL. So initialization. So before doing apply, so first we need to initialize the Terraform using Terraform init init command. So what it does is like it will download all the plugins and requirements for deploying the project in the cloud. So after we have done the initialization, we can plan and then deploy plan. So like the benefit of using plan is like it gives us the idea like what resource will be created in the cloud. So it just gives us the idea about the resources that will be created using the template, and the apply command is used to actually do create resources in cloud. So like is similar to the CLI that I showed, we do have we can install the Terraform, like there are so there are different download files for different, like there for Linux there's a different link, there's different link for Windows. So and then we need to define the application path as well for the Terraform. Let's go first, let me show you the code and then we can do the demo. Okay. So here's my main file. So I have separated means like we can define our variables and output in a single file as well, but yeah, so we are just separating everything so that we can, it's easier to understand. So here's my main configuration file. So here I'm defining the provider. So in this, so for in our case we are deploying our resources to Azure, so we are defining the provider as Azure RM, and the version of the provider is 2.60, and the features, so it's just a mandatory thing. Without this we cannot run our code, the features part. And this part we are using to authenticate. So before deploying the code we need to authenticate ourselves or the request to Azure. So for that we are just using this thing. So like here I'm defining my subscription ID, client ID. So client ID is basically your application ID of the application that have registered in Azure AD, and the secret is the secret key that has been assigned to the client application that have registered in Azure. And tenant ID is basically the tenant. You can say that tenant is the instance of a Azure Active Directory. So like we do have a directory in on-premise. So like tenant is a single instance of a Azure Active Directory for your organization. So the ID represents the ID of your Active Directory. So first here I have created a resource group. So resource group is here. So this is the service provider is the Azure RM, and this is the resource that service that we are going to create, and this is the name. So and the actual name is name.terraform.demo. This name will be used in our Azure portal. So the name of the resource group will be this. So here's I'm again referring to the variable. So if I go into so I don't think I should go into this variable type because I have all my secret keys over here. So I can show you another file where I can literally show you how the variable for this secret login are defined. So for subscription ID, we do define our variables in this way. So I can put my values in the default area. So default is the default value that will provide. So tenant ID, client ID, and client secret. So this is how we define our authentication variables. Okay, so similarly in that way I have defined my location, and here's my virtual network that I have defined. So here's the name, and here's the address range, as a location again, and resource group. So like the use of this name is to refer to the service or resource within the template. So here you can see that I have referred to this resource group name over here using this name. So what I have done is a Azure RM. This is the provider and the service, and the name of the service, and then the value that I want. So, and the virtual network. Similarly for virtual network, I have defined the provider, the service name, and the actual name of the virtual network. So in this way, and this is the public IP for virtual machine, and is the network security group. So in this case, I am deploying a Linux virtual machine. So I have opened the 2020 port for 22 port for SSH, and here is a create. So here's a NIC for my virtual machine. So I have defined my subnet, public IP address, allocation type is dynamic. So like dynamic is cheaper than static. So the difference is that once we shut down a VM, the public IP will change in case of dynamic, but this will not happen for the static. So public IP address. So this is the public IP address that we use to SSH into that VM, and this is the network security group. And here's a random just for making a unique name for our resources. So for storage account, I'm creating a unique name using the random function resource. And here's a virtual machine. So here's a Terraform. The name and the resource name is Terraform for this template, so that we can refer to this within the template. But the name that will be used in Azure will be my VM. And here are all those things like location. So everything that I discussed in our ARM template. So OS disk is the source image, computer name, everything. So in case of SSH, the tricky thing is that like in case of Linux, we can authenticate using two. Either we can use username, password, or we can use the public private key. So in this case, I have used the key-based authentication. So I have defined my public key. So I have generated a SSH key in my local environment, and I have just defined the public key value in my variable file, and I have just referenced to that value using this var.public. So and this what this does is that it is just getting the data from Azure. So it is storing the data for public IP, so that I can reference it in this in an output. So what I have done is that I have called for the data type, and the data that I am looking for is Azure public IP address, and this is the name of the public IP address, and I'm asking for the IP address. So this is it. So like in my slide, I have there's a point called state management. So if I go into terraform.tf state, so actually it's not showing over here. Just I'll show you after I deploy this. Okay. So let me go into this because we have so it might take some time, but because I have already initialized this prior to this demo, so it is not taking any time. So let me plan this. So what plan will do is plan will show what resources will be created. So it just gives an idea about what resources will be created in Azure. So this is the list of resources. So overall, there will be 10 resources that will be created. So like there's a one resource called random ID. So it's just a unique value that we are using for the name of the storage account, and here's a NIC. Network there's a virtual network. This is the virtual network. This is my subnet. Here's my, so this is probably okay. So this is my storage account. There's my resource group. There's my public IP. it's my security group networks NSC. Here's my, so like it's association of network security group and interface, so NIC. And so what this is doing is like it is assigning the resource and network security group to our NIC VM NIC. And here we have, this is our network interface, this is our virtual machine, and here's my so Azure and public IP. So this is my public IP. Okay, so this is, so the plan command shows us what resource will be deployed in Azure. So now I can deploy it using Azure Terraform. Okay, so like here's a confirmation. So I need to confirm that okay, I really need to deploy. So I'm just typing, so I'm confirming that okay, I need to deploy this. So it will take some time. So it's quite faster than the ARM template. So it will be deployed within few minutes. Okay, so let me go into the portal. So if you can see over here that okay, I guess the resource group must have been created now by the Terraform. So if you go into this, we can see that we do get some deployment template while we deploy from ARM templates. So we can use this to redeploy, right? But if we deploy it using the Terraform, we don't get any kind of template because the deployment will be managed by Terraform. So okay, so I have this over here. Just let me refresh. So it's still creating. So you can see over that I have done the deployment using Terraform, so I don't get any deployment over here. So even I don't have the template. Okay, I think it will generate. Okay, so that's the good thing. So like you can use this template to deploy using the ARM template. So that's how we can export our template. So if we download this, we'll get the JSON file. Okay, so it has deployed. Now it has provided me with the public IP, so I can access it into this. Admin Azure user. Okay. So I'm using the, because my private IP is stored in my, so I'm logged into the VM as a user. So if you can see over there, I can do just showing this. This is the trick. Okay, sorry. All this. So this is how we deploy resources using Terraform. So okay, now what you can do is there's a command to destroy the resources that we have created using the Terraform. So this will delete everything that has been created using the Terraform templates. So if you look into this, so I need to that I want to delete everything. So like if you can see over here that the dash represents the deletion process in Terraform, and the plus will represent the addition. So if there is a tilde sign, it will represent there are some changes that will happen to this particular resource. So if you can see over it, this minus sign represents that this resource will be destroyed. Okay, so the destruction has, so the destroying process has started. Okay, it will take some time, I guess. Okay, then so as you can see over here is the plus sign. This means that these resources and these properties within the resource will be created while deploying these resources, deploying this template, sorry. So that's all for. Okay, sorry. So like Abhishek ji, so is there any confusion? So I can, because I have already done this. If you want me to explain something, I can do that. So if you have questions, then I'll be very glad to answer those.
We still have 7 minutes left.
So Abhishek, do you have any questions? And those, okay, oh, okay. So like if you need any assistance, then you can reach out to my LinkedIn or Twitter as well. So there's no problem in that. Okay. So it's destroying. Just let me go into the portal.
Yeah. Okay. Just a quick note. If you want to connect with all the speakers, then you can actually visit. For example, if you want to connect in Facebook with the speakers, then you can go to facebook.com/Nepal Cloud Pro, because in all the Nepal Cloud Pro channels, if it is in Twitter, then you can connect to the Twitter handles of the speakers. If it is in LinkedIn, then you can connect to LinkedIn with the speakers and so on. So I have shared the link in the chat box. Please take a look into that.
So in all of our posts, we have been tagged. So most of the speakers are being tagged in our posts. So you can just find us over there as well. So in our social handles posts. So meanwhile, do anyone has any questions so that I can answer? Okay, let's see if anyone has questions. Yes, there. Okay. So
yeah,
so
last 5 minutes. What do we do? Shall we conclude?
just let me just show them how it will be. So
Okay.
just
Okay.
let me complete this because
Yeah.
it's still in the destroying process. I just wanted to show that the resources are decreasing over here, but I don't know why it's not showing, but it literally needs to decrease the resources because it's destroying. Let me do the refresh. Okay, it will take some time. I think there's a question for you. Where can we access the recording from?
Okay, where can we access the recording from? This is a good question. I think please check back. We have actually not we do not have a YouTube channel for Nepal Cloud Professionals, but we have a Facebook group, facebook.com/groups/Nepal Cloud Pro. So we would possibly post the video recording into that group.
Yeah, I think we'll share our link for this recording.
Yeah, we are exactly. We can. Yeah, I think it makes sense to upload this video to a YouTube channel. Possibly this is the right time to create a YouTube channel for our community. So and we can share the link in the Facebook group. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, so like meanwhile, so most of the resources have been deleted. Like we had like 8 to 10 resources. Now I have only one resource. So like now it's been deleted. Just let me check and refresh over here. Resource groups. Okay. Okay, it's still in the so okay. So all the resources have been deleted. Just let me confirm and refresh this. So it will just take some time. So function, but all the resources have been deleted along with the resource group for that I have deployed using the Terraform. But using the resources that I have deployed using the template, I need to manually delete these things. So is this. Okay, so with time it will get deployed. Maybe it will take some time. So that's all for my presentation, and I completed with 2 minutes remaining. So if you have further more questions, then we are here to answer your questions.
Yeah. Yeah, let's wait for one more maybe question.
Yeah.
But I think this is it.
Okay, so can you share the link of this recorded session? Okay. So we'll be sharing the link maybe because Teams provide the link after some time. So Teams will generate this link. Have we shared? We are being recording, right?
Yeah, in fact, what we can do is, since you have joined into this link, yeah, it takes some time. Maybe it will take about an hour because it's a more than a 4 hours long, 5 hours long recording. So in the same group, the video would appear after it is ready. So
Yeah.
please join back after maybe 1 hour or later, so you'd be able to see the recording ready right here in this group conversation itself.
I think you'll be notified via email when the video is ready, so you can check that. So a link will be shared in your email once the video is ready.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it is. Yeah, all right. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's not being shared, then you can just check into our Facebook page, right? Group.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think engaging in the Facebook group would be much more productive.
Yes, that's right. And maybe if you have any further questions, you can actually please join the group and maybe you can ask questions in that group itself, because all of us are right there in the group.
And yes, don't hesitate to ask the smallest questions, right? Because the smallest things are most time consuming.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
we do need to start from somewhere, right?
Yes.
So baby steps do count.
Yeah.
And after this lockdown, I think we will have some more real events on the real venue with the real peoples. And I think
No, but this is also a real event, right?
Yes.
this is the virtual event.
Yeah, it's just that we are doing it virtually.
Virtual
But
event with the real people.
yeah.
We are also the real peoples, no doubt.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
didn't mean
I'm
to say
sure.
else,
I'm sure
but
not the bots are joining, right? Everyone is real. No one is bot here.
Yeah.
yeah, but we often have this event on the venues where we can like have you guys as a speaker, you guys as a presenter over there. So we will keep you updated about this.
Chandan, I think rather than doing a physical event, virtual event is far more better. Like it's very easy and convenient.
It's better, but but often we have in the past we had a lot of events. So speaking in front of
Yeah. It is just that in a real event we will not get to eat pizzas and samosas and coffee together.
Yeah, actually, that's the point.
Like we do have we can interact with the audience in the real, like there's a physical interaction, but
yeah,
I do find this very easy, right? So like
yeah,
from
this
my
is much easier, of
doing
course.
this. So maybe so like idea we can do more this event like this, but we can reduce the physical event and do this kind of event more.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a mix of both sounds
Yeah,
looks good because
Yep.
yeah, because the future is of course in the virtual events. So it is just that COVID-19 has brought us here a bit more early, but
Yeah, and it
this is
also
the
gave us a lot of opportunities.
yeah. So with this, I think Madan, your session is done, right?
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, great. So thank you so much, Madan, for your presentation. I think we completed all of our sessions absolutely in time. We wanted to close it by 4 p.m. and it is 4 p.m. right now. For the last 4 minutes we spent talking about the other stuffs, but I think truly appreciate how all of our speakers delivered their session with the demonstrations of what they actually spoke, and so on. So hopefully we'd be able to do more and more of this sort of virtual events, and possibly also the physical ones once the lockdown is lifted. And yeah, thank you so much all the people, or everyone, all the participants who have joined us today and supported this event. I'm sure that you found this session fruitful to some extent, and please send us your feedback. For feedback, I think what you could do is we don't have a feedback form here, but it would be easier if you could send your feedback as a private chat in facebook.com/Nepal Cloud Pro page. So we know that what was the missing part and how we could improve more in the upcoming events as well, because we want to keep doing this and we want to give more opportunity to all the speakers, to all the participants to learn more and more in the coming days. And it is not just about Azure, but I think as Nepal Cloud professionals, we want to focus into all the SDLC process, and where not just the Azure, but all other programming framework tools, and then the software as a service applications from Microsoft, for example, could be about Office 365, could be about Dynamics 365, could be about, and not just limited to Microsoft, in fact, but we could at some point we would want to bring in some resources, some speaker sessions on topics around Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud Platform, Alibaba, and so on. So please do stay in touch with us. Hopefully, we'll get to meet up very soon. Thank you so much. So with this, we want to officially close today's Global Azure 2020 virtual session, and thank you so much, everyone. So, yes, we would still be here around for about 5 minutes. If you have if you want to talk about anything, we would still be here. And yeah, and all of you, if you really want to unmute yourself and want to speak, and that's still fine for us because we are done for today. Yeah, thank you so much. So